Okay, let's try this again. Because the last attempt did not work. I think this time will work though. Yeah, there we go. I can actually see the chat now. Cool. This is kind of unfortunate because I'm like don't have a good way of doing this. Getting the binary offset for each like region. So that's kind of annoying. I need to like generate another header file. Like binary.generated.hvp or something. Okay, let's do that. And then I need that in the objects header as well. Or the graphics header. Where do I actually write this? Oh, here we go. Okay, now I need to make this file. Where do I actually write that? Yeah, there we go. I guess I can also save the size while I'm at it, because I might need that at some point. So now anything that saves its binary, I need to add that in here. Or it stores an offset into the binary, I need to do this here. So textures, fonts, sounds, and skeletons, I guess. Let's see. So where am I hitting a seg fault? That's the next natural question. Oh, it worked in debug mode. What? Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay. Fire. What is the problem here? Shader default. If I clean the cache, will it work? Probably. Probably not. Interesting. Could not narrow to type U32. Oh, interesting. Why is this stored as a U32? Should be a U size. Oh, I'm saving these manually. I'm working on caching of the build system right now, which doesn't mean anything if you have no idea what I'm talking about. So basically, every time I like compile the game, I guess, all of the game assets, like the textures, the sounds, the fonts, all of that, I pack it into a binary file. The binary file lives right next to the executable. So let me see. So like I have the, oh, it didn't compile here because obviously the compile failed. But basically I pack everything into a binary file, and then when the game starts up, it loads that file so it can read all the texture information and the fonts and the sounds. And basically I'm working on the system that only does work on the assets if they actually change between builds. Because previously, I was just rebuilding everything every time. But that gets kind of, it starts to take a while because I like, in this project, I have 4K textures and I'm generating the bitmaps for the textures as I'm like processing them. So just doing a bunch of bitmap generation for a bunch of textures every single time I run is not very fun. So I'm caching it so it only does it when the textures change, basically. But it's complicated now because since I pack everything into a binary file, and I store offsets into the binary file for like each asset type, if you have one texture that changes but the rest don't, the binary file itself is going to be different because like if that texture changes, the binary is going to be different. So I need, like, the caching needs to be able to stitch together a new binary file and like remap all of the offsets without actually doing all of the work to like process the texture again. And I have it mostly working already. I've done a bit of work off stream this week. But I'm kind of cleaning it up at the moment. So like you can see this red text here is basically telling me that like I've rebuilt all of these assets on this build. But I've hit an error because I have just some bad code. So I need to fix some of this. Yeah, it's man, the sun's like blinding my eyes through the blinds here. I don't know if you can see it on the stream. Yeah, it all boils down to just like storing memory in a file and then reading the file. And if the file changes, you need to like change how you read the memory. So, like specifically what I'm hitting an error on is this Let's see, this file I generate. So this is some C++ code. This file is actually generated during my build stage. And here is like a table it generates, which basically tells me where the shader data is for each shader ID. So like this first entry is like the offset in bytes into the binary file for the start of the vertex shader. For this shader here, shader default, my default fallback shader. And then like these two are like the offset and size of the fragment shader. And then this would be like the offset and size of the compute shader. And then I have a similar table for all of the assets as well. Like here's the file that like stores like the texture assets. So part of the caching involves like rebuilding this file. Yeah, it's the annoying time of day where the sun's like coming right at my eyes. And I need to like keep moving my head. Oh no, my stream. What happened? Did my computer just die? Here, 1 second. I just lost my video for some reason. What is going on? Oh no. Did my computer just die? What just happened? 1 second. I have this weird setup with my stream where I like capture it through a capture card rather than OBS because I stream from a different computer. And apparently it doesn't like my capture card. I have no idea what just happened. That is horrible timing. Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason I do that too, because I have. Yeah, 1 second. I need to restart. I think I need to pull the power on the capture card because it does this. Here, bear with me. What horrible timing. Here we go. It's back. All right, we're back in business. But yeah, so I need to fix this error. So what's the problem? Constant expression evaluates to which cannot be narrowed. Oh, I thought I fixed that already. Did I not just fix that? Let's see. Yeah, that should have been fixed. Maybe I just need to clean. All right. And now I hit a seg fault. Terminated with code. That. All right. Where did we hit? Okay, so did not like that change. So what does the output look like? I'm actually not sure why it would have failed there, of all places. Really? And API init. At what point does it fail? I think it would have failed here. Yeah, I expect to hit some of these problems because I'm like changing the classic printf debugging. It's just a seg fault, basically. So the error is garbage, more or less. Okay, I think it's failing in these. Because it's reading memory out of bounds, basically. So... oh, this one's failing somewhere else. Fix init. Let me try DirectX. Okay, here we go. So, init shaders, yeah, okay. Shader init. Is it not copying the shader data? Let's see. Oh, whoa, yeah, this is way off. Really? Yeah, okay, I found the problem. I don't know why it's writing this data though. It's trying to read the fragment shader from this this byte offset in my binary file, which is basically a 64-bit integer max value, I believe. So it's just trying to read like... yeah, that's fine. All good. I'm just confused why that happened, because I didn't change that line, I don't think, unless I did it on accident. Let's see, where are we? Build. Graphics. So what line was that? That would only have failed if something else catastrophic happened. Yeah, because here we are. These should all be this, actually. Maybe that's what it was. And then that one. No, interesting. Should offset. Oh, it got even worse. Am I not storing these as... Oh, yeah, that's why. So these need to be U size. And that will fail. There we go. Except DirectX doesn't work at the moment. Yeah, so this is what my little project looks like right now. Nice. The error was that so I have like a shader struct which just represents a shader. I should, yeah, just do like a flat circle. Yeah, I have a shader struct which is just like represents a shader in my build tool, and I store its offset and size as I'm like constructing each shader. And I was storing it as a 32-bit unsigned integer, but then when I was writing it to the file here, I was writing it as a LLU, stands for long unsigned, so a 64-bit. So it was this SN_printf was trying to print it as a 64-bit, meaning it was overflowing the 32 bits that I had. So because this assumes that you're passing in like a value that matches these little format codes. Yeah, so basically it was just reading the 32 bits beyond the size I was actually storing it. So whatever value happened to be 32 bits beyond. Yeah, pretty much. So I hate how long this line is. This is killing me. I'll just keep it like this for now, but this kills me a little bit. You know, I'm gonna do something stupid, but it's fine. Sometimes you do stupid stuff for the sake of beauty. There we go. Now I can just change this to be offset. Oh no, seg fault. Yeah, I use macros because I'm a savage. So okay, so that fixes the clean build issues. So when I clean it, it's not doing any cache right now. See, it's just rebuilding everything. So now the binary state when it's a fresh build is fine because obviously it works. Yeah, macros are a C, basically a C relic. Which people are strongly opinionated about whether to use macros or not. I like using them because I kind of like C. But it depends what camp you want to be in. It's like either you use them a lot or you don't use them at all, basically. And I've gone in the camp of I just use them for a lot of things. Yeah, well, basically what the C-style macros is it's like the pound define. So like some constant, right? Macros. Yeah, in all caps is usually this, like the convention people use. I guess the thing about macros is that they aren't seen by the compiler itself. It's actually, macros are like handled before the compiler runs. So it's like a way of modifying your source code before the compiler actually sees it. because it goes through the preprocessor first and then the compiler. And the preprocessor deals with the macros. Okay, so what's next? So yeah, if I try to rebuild this, it's gonna try to load from the cache, right? Also, I don't know why the cache was dirty here. Cache should not have been dirty. Yeah, pretty much. Like the pound includes here at the top, which are like standard C++. That's also the preprocessor. Which is kind of like a good thing to know if you don't fully understand how the preprocessor works. It's like a really fundamental, I guess, feature of C and C++. Okay, so this failed again. See, I'm just hitting these seg faults here when I try to build because my binary file is like being corrupted essentially. So if I do a fresh build, that's fine. If I do a cache build, that was actually fine. Interesting. If I do a address sanitizer. Okay, so actually caching works fine. I think it's when it rebuilds from a cache state. Like if I go and change one of these textures now from, let's see, like I have a Mars texture as well. So if I change this to Mars and rebuild, see it when they're in like this magenta color, that's like pulling from the cache. And then when it's red, it's rebuilding the Earth texture because I changed it to Mars. But now it's not actually writing anything when this happens. So I'm hitting this error because it skipped the shaders, and that makes sense actually because I didn't implement that yet. Okay. I need to think about this actually. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But I think I know the problem here because I have an assertion in my code, this one, if I find this. So I'm hitting this assertion, which is basically just telling me that the binary size for the graphics data, which is just shaders at the moment, is 0 because nothing wrote to the shader binary. So where do I write to the shader binary? Yeah, so I write the shader binary here, and I'm actually skipping this if the cache is dirty. So I shouldn't be skipping this if the cache is dirty. So this should be basically if the cache is dirty, if the shaders need to be rebuilt like explicitly, then we build them. Or, so we have this caching thing. So if the binary or the build.cache.fetch, or if this fails, let's see, graphics, and that. Yeah, so I have this little, I've done a lot of work off stream, so it seems like I'm just kind of like putting stuff together now. I decided to start streaming today because it's kind of fun. So I added this class to my build project, build tool thing. I never know what to call it, which is just a cache. And basically a cache, the way I'm doing caching is it's basically a hash table. So every asset type, or basically anything that I want to cache, any state I want to cache, has an ID, and then some payload, some data that's being cached. So I have like this little function here where I can store an ID and then some payload. And the ID is basically just a unique number that identifies what the thing is. So for an asset, like say a texture file, I'm caching a texture file. So I need to generate a unique ID that represents that texture file in its current state. And the easiest way to do that actually is to just take like the file path to the texture, and then also the file time of the texture, like the most recently modified file time, which you can just get from like the file system. And then if you create a hash function that takes like the name of the file, the path to the file, and then the time, and you generate basically a hashing function that creates a unique number from those two things, then I will always know if the texture changes, because if either the file name changes or the file, like the most recent file time of the file changes, then that unique number will be different the next time. So then if my build tool is running again and it can't find the ID for the texture in the like the cache hash table, then I know that either the texture is brand new or it's changed. And then from there, I can start like the rebuild, I guess, code path, or the cache code path. And if it's the same, I can skip a lot of work because I know that whatever was in the binary file from the previous run is still valid because, you know, nothing has changed. So that's kind of like the logic of what this does. So I have that already like implemented as a feature. So like I have this like build and code gen, which is where it's creating. Yeah, it is an unordered map. So it's just a hash function that, yeah, unordered hash map, basically. Yeah, so basically, and I have this flag that gets set, like, if the, like, the cache is dirty. Yeah, so, yeah, build. Build is, like, what actually reads the shader files and, like, compiles them. And you get binary data from that. And then the code gen is, like, when I'm generating these header files that I was looking at earlier. The C++ headers. To actually read the data. So these are like kind of just two things. So if the cache is dirty, or like I need to rebuild all graphics, you need to like rebuild all of this anyway. So like I run this code, but otherwise I don't need to do that code, and I can just load it from the file. So let me think how to do that. So I have a binary.write from file, and then we load from the previous binary file. Binary output, this one. Yeah, so basically if this condition's met, then I know I need to rebuild stuff. Otherwise, I know that I have something in the cache that can be read from. Actually, this might... let me think. This might not be enough, but let me just try this first. It's complicated because there's like multiple conditions in which I I don't. I have a very basic sphere. I'm using a UV sphere, it's called, or I've seen a lat long sphere, like a latitude longitude sphere. I can show that in a second actually, because it's kind of neat. So I need to, yeah. So on this little cache binary stage, this is like the payload I'm storing. So this is just the offset and size into the previous file, so I can read from that. And then this has to go here. I guess both of these are true, so I need to fix this. I need to do some work. Okay, now I need to do the same thing for the object, or the assets. Build. Basically, I need to do that. Otherwise, reload it. Where am I? I lost myself. Okay. I need to fix that at some point. So I think this should fix the issue. Well, this is gonna break because the last time failed. Oh yeah, here's my Mars texture. And I can change the atmosphere color too. Make it look more like Mars. You need like a nice red. Maybe that's too red. Mars with Earth lights, Earth city lights. Okay, so now if I rebuild, well, let me recompile this. Oh no, that should have worked. That was right. That was right. Did it not write the binary? It did write the binary. So what did I fail on? I failed on the fonts. So the fonts failed. Actually, it shouldn't have hit any of this code. Now that I think about it. Let me print. I love my print debugging. So, cache shaders. Okay, that works. And then if I change like the earth texture back to earth. Okay, where I see it doing build shaders. See, it shouldn't be hitting this code path. So something is wrong. So what is wrong? Oh, I'm not saving this. That's probably the first obvious one that's wrong. Let's see. Obviously, it's not going to work if I'm not saving the cache file. So I need to save that. Where is my cache? Do I have a cache in here? Here it is. Let's see. I need a path for this. I'll call it that for now. I already have a path, but So somewhere I just need to do like that for now. And then I write the binary, and then I need to save the cache. That's right. And then no, I haven't heard that game. It sounds cool though. I like me a good globe. Okay, so if I change this, I should see the path hit. No, it didn't hit. What? Interesting. So I expect to see yellow text here. And after this build shaders ... that should have been yellow. Interesting. So what could be wrong? Let me think. So let's see. I need to print this out. Okay, so didn't find it because it wasn't in the cache. Because I did clean build. Now if I rebuild Earth, it did find it. Okay. So that actually should hit. So it's hitting on a different condition instead. Because it's not hitting that. So it's hitting because of this. Now why would this be hitting? So it's, okay, so that's dirty because of that. Now if I just rebuild but change Earth to Mars. So I've invalidated that one. So it's not dirty. Wait, oh, it did hit the code path this time. Interesting. I didn't even change anything. Okay, so it cached, and it's reading the wrong binary data for the assets. Because I grabbed, what, the wrong one? binary, write from file. This is the wrong size. So am I saving the wrong one somewhere? Fetch. Actually, wait a minute. It's because of this. Okay, I think this is gonna work on this run. So, currently Mars, change back to Earth. Earth, rebuild. No, what? I was so confident. Why? It actually has the data this time. Shaders, yeah, that looks the right size. And it's the fonts, it doesn't like the fonts. Why? Is it not remapping the fonts? Let me see. So init font info. It's getting it from the data. It comes from the binary, from the offset. Am I not storing these? I might be having a similar problem actually with the 64-bit offset stuff again. Let me see. I didn't check all of the other ones, so let's see if any of these look suspicious. Oh, that looks fine. These look fine, actually. View size. Oh, the texture offset is incorrect. This should be... let's see. Should be a U size. Offset. Offset. I don't think that should actually cause the problem though. So what else could it be? Actually, this needs to be... No, that's fine. Yeah, so it's the font data is getting loaded from the binary too, and that one is reading out of bounds somewhere. So I don't quite have this right. That makes sense though, the size, because that like ends there. That starts there. I guess which font failed is the next question. Actually, I think I know the problem. Man, this is annoying. Okay, I've now found the problem. I understand the problem. So it's trying to read from the last binary, but it's not reading from the correct offset. So I need to implement that as well, which is annoying. So I need to see where everywhere I do these .store operations. Yeah, so, okay, so basically I can draw a little diagram. My eyes are getting burned by this bright light. So I have like this binary file. I'm just gonna draw it as a big block, right? So this is like my binary file. So it's like, I just call it like game.bin. And underneath you have your like game.executable. So when the game starts up, it loads from this. Yeah, white light. And then this file is like a giant block of just data, raw data. Now a portion of that is like, so like say this portion in orange, maybe I'll make it like a lighter orange just for, I don't know, visibility's sake. So we have like a section in orange. So this like block of data is like, I'll even label this. So this is like shaders. So this is shader data. And I'll put this in quotes, graphics. Because there's like other data that I might store in here for graphics, like the graphics module. Oh, why did it put it on a new line after it exited? That was crazy. See that? Okay, and then like you have another huge block for, I'll do it in blue. So you have another big block for like assets. So textures, fonts, sounds, etc. So it's just like texture data or asset data. And then you might have like another block for just some other block of stuff, you know, that you might store in the binary file for the game. Like you might have like a table here of other information. So I write these, my build tool writes to these blocks like sort of independently. Well, this is the refactor I just did. So before I did the caching stuff, I was just writing from like the start sequentially. And then in the cache, when I'm storing the asset cache little table thing for like an asset or whatever you want to cache, in order to retrieve the previous information that was in the previous binary file, like from the last build, I was just storing the offset globally from like the beginning of the file into the asset or into like wherever the asset is. Because you can imagine like there's like a tiny section here, which is like some texture. Like this is like the texture I care about, right? And you can imagine, let's delete this. Say you have a new build, like you build again. Let's copy and paste this. Say you do a second build and some texture that was stored in memory like over here grows in size, right? So say like this grows in size, which pushes this guy over. You know, now this guy's like over here because the other guy grew. Right, so like new build, this guy is now, he's offset, he changed. So basically, the cache system needs to be able to resolve these changes. So it needs to map from like the new position in the new binary to where it was in the old position in the old binary in order to read the correct memory from the old one and put it in the right spot in the new one. And yeah, pretty much. It gets complicated. I'm doing a maybe not so great job of explaining it. But basically my mapping is now wrong when I'm removing stuff around because I'm not actually storing the offset from the start of like the asset block like I should be. Like I should be storing this offset. But instead I need to be storing like the whole offset basically. So like including this stuff. Because if the shader stuff changes, like if a shader changes but everything else stays the same, the system doesn't know that because the asset module of like my build tool doesn't know about like the graphics build stuff because it's like separation of concerns is the philosophy. So basically when I store stuff, like let me go to the textures. This is like a good example. Specifically here. Or maybe the sounds would be a better example. The new build does include the new pointer positions. It's only in the case when it's trying to grab the work from the last build, like the cached work, that it's messing that up. It's messing the mapping up. Because I'm just storing, what is this binary? Yeah, because okay, so here's like a sound asset, and I'm caching, like after I write to the binary file, or I guess right before I write to the binary file, I store this in the cache table. I store the offset into the binary. So like the binary.tell, this is like the offset into my little buffer. And I store the size of the asset. So then in the case where I'm loading from the asset, which happens up here, like loading from the cache, it has access to the offset and the size from the previous file. But right now it's reading from the entire binary file, including the shaders and like the other stuff. Yeah, that would be too inefficient, basically. It shouldn't have to, is basically the answer to that. It doesn't need to do that. I just need to make this part here more aware of like the context of, I guess, where stuff is in the file, which is a little bit complicated, but I think it's not too hard. I guess it's annoying because the easiest way to fix this would just be to like hard code the offset of the shader stuff into this offset, like, because I know the asset stuff is processed after shaders. But I guess like I don't like the fact that the assets would know about what the graphics code is doing. But maybe that's fine. Maybe that's not fine. I think I need to store it. I need to do the offset up here, pretty much, this stuff. So everywhere I call a write from file is where I need to apply this offset. So I need to store that in the cache as well, which is kind of annoying. But I might have that information already. Yeah, okay, I can solve this. Let's see. So I do store this information already. So what I need to do, I apologize if I'm just like rambling here, not making any sense, because I'm like partially just thinking as I'm going. So I already stored in down here when I actually write the binary file. So I binary write here. This is where I actually write the binary file. Like here we go. This is the path to it, or where's the path to it? Somewhere up here. Here it is. Binary.save. I'm already caching the offsets from like the last build. Yeah, let him cook. So all I need to do is find this, and I know where the offset is for my past build, because I already saved this as like a cached state for my build tool. So right up here where I go to build, I can just load that here. Yeah, here we go. Maybe not. Okay, let's grab this from here. So we do this for the shaders first. so GFX, so like cache offset previous equals, let's load this if or actually has cache stage equals. So we load the previous stage. And that can fail actually. So basically equals has cache stage dot offset or 0 LOU. We have to store this on call it like cached binary offset. What is this cache buffer stuff? Oh, actually, this should be in graphics. So, and then I need to do the same thing in the assets module. I already feel like this isn't gonna work now in hindsight. Okay. Yeah, so cache. So has cache stage. I just need to do the same for this here. Has cache staged. I will just call this cache offset actually. Cache read offset. All right, and then everywhere I do a .write from file basically. So shaders, actually this doesn't need one because I already do that. This doesn't need one, but this needs one. So yeah, just add that there basically. Now I already think my conditions are a little incorrect here, but yeah, so here's a brand new build, it works, and then we change this to Mars. All right, we have Mars. It's always a great sign. Change it back to Earth. cool. Okay, now the test is if I change a shader, which is the separate partition of my binary file. Let's just change like to that. All right, that did work. Didn't work perfectly though, because I already see a problem with it. So the assets shouldn't be dirty from that, because shaders aren't an asset. So the shader should have been clean. Let me see why that happened. We're making progress though. So actually this needs to be like this, I believe. Half fixed. True. Okay, so clean build. Let's just test. And then let's change the Earth to Mars. That worked. And then we'll change that back to Earth. Still worked great. Now we change the atmosphere portion. Okay, okay, progress. Progress. We're back to an error state, but I like that this says clean. Now, we're skipping the build of these, it appears. So, what's the problem? It's because I kept this line. Yay, an error. It's always great when there's an error. Okay, so back. Let's do this little routine. Change the color. Now we see Mars. Now we go back to Earth. Just to demonstrate that this works. All right, now we change to the shader. Different partition. Where's the... Ah, no. Okay. But we did hit the cached assets portion, which is good. It just didn't like how we read them. Okay, let's see. Was my size correct? Oh wait, it never hit this. I should have printed this. Did this fail? Let me try that again. So I only have to change the shader. You don't have to do the texture stuff because we know that works. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this is wrong again. Because that's not the correct size for the binary file. That's interesting. Why would it load that one? Offset size. Interesting. That's not the number I expect to see. So what am I messing up? Let's see. Is it loading that maybe? Yeah, this should be like a much larger number. So I'm reading something incorrectly. So let me see. Let me see if this is even like correct. Because this shouldn't hit if this is false. Okay, what's going on? Clean. Yeah, it's just not reading the value correctly from somewhere. Let me try the shader thing. Okay. So it read from the file, which is, I guess, what I expect. And then, let's see. It's just getting the wrong size. So where am I saving that? Am I saving that in 2 places? Wait a minute. Okay, that's correct. So when I store this, let me print these out. So if I do a build of this, see, it wrote this, where did it write it? Oh, it's writing it wrong here. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, this is concerning. Oh. Obviously. This part's wrong. I always just do these typos and I'm like bashing my head thinking, why doesn't this work? Because I just like was reading the wrong variable. Classic. Okay, now this should work. Fingers crossed. All right, there we go. There we go. Let's make this like 2. Okay, so if we change that and we change the texture to Mars. Yeah, there we go. That's exciting. Okay, sweet. I'm not done yet fully. Like, I'm not fully done yet, but I'm getting a lot closer. So this time cache thing, I'm actually using this. Do I need to use this? Yeah, I guess I use this for the shaders. Now cube Earth. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you my Earth wireframe. Okay, let me put the Earth back so you can see what kind of sphere I was using. Let's see, make this Earth again. If I draw the Earth in wireframe mode, which is way up here in globe dot draw. Use a 4D sphere. Alright, this should draw my globe in wireframe mode. Here we go. Kind of hard to see, but you can see I just have like a my vertices pinch towards the poles, so it's not perfect. I do have a different sphere. I can use an icosphere, an icosahedron. I need to change to something sane, like 5 maybe. That didn't do anything. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let me see. I need to change this one. I have 2 different types of sphere generating code in my engine at the moment. I don't know if it failed. Oh, yeah, okay. I just have a ton of vertices. Let me do this like 3. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see the triangles. But these have more like a uniform distribution of triangles than the last one. The other ones look like quads broken up by the triangles. But this is an icosahedron, which if I set this to like 0, I think, the shader still thinks it's a sphere, so you're still seeing a nice smooth sphere. But let me turn the wireframe back off. You can see the shape. It subdivides from this crazy shape. If I do an icosphere, we're gonna keep this a lat long sphere. Yeah. Pentagon. The Earth is actually a pentagon this whole time. The US government is onto something. Oh no, I just lost my screen again. Hold up. Did my capture card die for like the fifth time? It's like the question of, did my PC die? Or did the capture card die? I'm being disappeared by the government. All right, we're back. Well, maybe not. There we go, we're back. Yeah, something's wrong with my capture card, which is unfortunate. It works for the most part though. It's back, it's gone, it's back. Flashing around. Okay, so my caching, I still have some other stuff to fix with the cache, fortunately. So let me think about this for a second. I've been writing C++ code for, it's tough to say because it's like there was never a definitive start point. but only for about 4.5 years of C++. But I've been programming in other languages for like the last roughly 15 years. So I've gotten into C++ sort of recently in the grand scheme of things. And I actually really enjoy it. It's probably my favorite language I've ever used. Because the language I use probably the second most is Java, and I don't like Java at all. I have to use it because that's the language I use at work is Java. Over my current job, I use Java. Java's okay. It has its pros and cons, but I'm not a huge fan. Okay, so yeah, I just like C++. Well, I really like C. Like, I'm a big fan of C. So, like, my coding style is, in a lot of ways, very C-like. But there's a lot of stuff from C++ I also really like. Like, I like function overloading. I like templates with, like, a caveat that I like simple templates. I don't like super crazy templates. But I like the idea of being able to do like templated code to sort of reduce boilerplate. Yeah, those are kind of like the main things I actually use on a daily basis from C++ that isn't in C. But I like how like customizable C++ is, in that like you can use the language however you want pretty much. So you don't have to strictly follow some like flavor of C++. Yeah, I'm coming around to lambdas actually. I'm starting to use them more. I don't know if I like them or not, to be honest. But I like the convenience of writing a quick lambda function without having to break it out into its own helper function. Yeah. And like I've done the streams a few times now, and people always ask like advice for learning C++. And like I'm not a C++ expert or a language expert or anything, but I'm really like, what I am strongly opinionated on is that you should just like, you can just choose which version of the language you want to like use. Like, how do you want to use C++? And if you just stick to that and be consistent, like that's just perfectly fine to use it however you want. Like, I don't really use like the C++ standard library for much. Like, just various reasons. I kind of just like writing my own code for a lot of stuff. And like some people would be like, wow, that's crazy. Why are you not using the standard library for trivial stuff? It's like, I don't know. I just choose not to. But it's fine. It's like, it's just, I don't know. It's the code I want to write. So that's my TED Talk. Okay, so I can delete some of this. I'm just going to start nuking some of this code. This is kind of a stupid way I'm doing this. Let me see. Um, yeah, it's hard to give advice, honestly. Because it depends what your goals are too, I guess. Like I do programming for work. I'm a software engineer is my main, like I have a full-time job outside of this live stream stuff, obviously, because I'm just doing the game engine stuff for fun right now. So I don't actually use C++ in my job. I did in my previous job, but my current job I use Java, like I was saying. So, and like I'm actually fine with that because I don't know, it's almost nice because it helps me separate like work programming from like fun programming. So I don't know. Like I just enjoy programming, so it's enough motivation for me personally. So it's hard to give advice on that because like if you don't like programming, I can't obviously give you the advice to just start like programming. I'm actually I use very few libraries in the project. Basically the only libraries I use are I use OpenGL and DirectX as the graphics libraries, and I don't use Raylib. So all the windowing, the input, the audio, all of that's like I've written that myself just directly on top of the APIs the operating systems offer you. And that sounds crazy because nobody really does that, but I'm going to prove that it's not crazy by just showing how little code it is to do that stuff. Like to create a window, like the game window on Windows is like literally this function. It's less than 100 lines of code to create a window on Windows using the Windows API directly. And like all this other stuff is just like helper functions, like setting full screen is a little bit more work. But most of this is just filling like structs. And like it's the same on Linux. To create the window on Linux, it's literally just 100 lines. So I just don't want to use a library. Like you can use like, I'm not familiar with Raylib actually, so I can't really talk about it. But like I am familiar with SDL, or yeah, SDL2, which is like the popular one people use. And that handles like the window creation and the input for you. I am not sure on Wayland. Yeah, because I use X11. And I did X11 because Wayland is backwards compatible with X11. Like it emulates X11 internally. So I figured that if Wayland already supports X11, I might as well just use X11. Because if you're not running Wayland, then you're probably running X11 in X window. Yeah, and then like the same for the GUI. So I don't use IMGUI, I just kind of write text directly. Like I could, it wouldn't be hard to like just like import link to the IMGUI library and just use it. It's just I haven't done it yet. So what was I working on? Oh yeah, this time stuff. I need to delete that because I'm not using that. So let me just put like a to-do cache on everything where I need to cache. Yeah, so this is one thing I do use a library for. Is I don't know if this is gonna build now. This might not build. If this doesn't build, then okay. Yeah, so I'll show you because this has text. So for actually rendering text, I do use a library to import TTF files, and I use STB TrueType for that. So what STB TrueType lets you do is basically take a TTF file, like a font file, and then generate, I guess, convert it to a bitmap. And then that's the only thing that it does for me, is it just converts it to a bitmap. So to actually draw the text, I have my own little routine for that. I need to find the draw call that draws text. Which one is it? This one. Yeah, so like here's my draw call for text. And you can see the input is just a texture I build. And I build this at runtime, so like as you try to render a glyph, like a character, it basically checks like, have we tried to draw this glyph at this size and this font? And if it has, then it just retrieves it from the atlas. And if it hasn't seen the glyph yet, it adds it to this atlas. So this like atlas texture will change as you, I don't know, draw text. And it's just like a system in the engine that does that. So yeah, when I render, I just render it as like a, like an atlas list of draw calls. So like here's like the actual geometry for that. So it's pretty simple, really. But yeah, I don't use like SDF, like sign distance fields or vector fonts. Not yet, at least, because those are kind of difficult. So I get around like the font resolution problem by just like generating bitmaps at different font sizes as I need them on demand. Okay, so back to the time caching. I need to delete this as well. Okay, I just did this, so. I think I need to import. Okay, I can ditch that. And then where else do I use this? Delete that. Delete this. Does this have the file time? It does. the green window. Oh, you might have been, sorry, I wasn't reading chat for a second. I think you were looking at render doc. I can open that in a second. But I need to write this first. I guess I can skip doing this if the cache is already dirty. Oh yeah, sorry, I completely ghosted your question about VS Code and how I'm compiling and running. Yeah, so there are a few ways to do this. Let me explain that. So you can use VS Code for C++ like language IntelliSense and syntax highlighting. So there's like two ways you can do it. You can use a plugin, or I guess a tool called ClangD. And there's if you just look up what ClangD VS Code online, you'll find information about that. It basically uses Clang to, I guess, process the IntelliSense, you know, for like, yeah, all that stuff. You can look up what that is online. I actually don't use ClangD. It's kind of a to-do for me. But instead there's like a C++ like official Microsoft extension for VS Code. And that works by the cpp properties.json file up in your .vs code root like folder. So basically it looks at this file, and then from here it knows like what your include paths are. In the, I guess the language server will use that to like figure out how to show you errors and just where to find the symbols for things. So that's how you use VS Code as like a C++, I don't know, IDE, I guess. Actually compiling C++ code in VS Code, if you use CMake, there's official extensions for CMake that just work. I'm not using CMake for this. I actually have my own little build tool that I have hooked up. So I basically take care of generating the compiler commands myself with my little build tool. And I'm actually working in the build tool right now with this caching stuff I'm doing. But this is unrelated to the compilation of the code. So yeah, the standard is to use CMake and then probably the official Microsoft C++ extension, or you set up ClangD, but you need to do a bit more manual work to get that set up. So yeah, I don't know if that's helpful at all. That's like the quick rundown of how you can do it. Okay, so back to work on this. So yeah, to everyone who joined recently, I'm working on caching of resources, I guess, for my game's binary file when I generate it. Yeah. And I guess I'm sure most of you know, but Clang, if you're not familiar with Clang, it's one of the major compilers for C and C++. So ClangD is just, it basically uses, Clang is really customizable. I think you can like build like plugins for the compiler itself. And ClangD basically kind of piggybacks off of the Clang, I guess, compiler architecture to generate whatever information's necessary to actually like do like syntax highlighting and like all of this stuff. Like, so you see all this stuff. Okay, so I need to do this to the shaders as well. So gather. Okay, so I'm not sure when to actually do the cache stuff here. So I kind of want to do this loop always. So let's see. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of just cooking here. I am just refactoring some of the... So I fixed the cache stuff, and you were here for that, but everyone else wasn't. But so I've changed the cache stuff, and the new way it's working is the way I want it to work. But I did have some basic caching stuff in previously before this code refactor, and now I'm basically gutting the old way of doing it and then using the newer way. So specifically right here, I'm like dirtying the cache, basically invalidating the cache if any of the object or shader files are different. So I did the cache stuff for the assets like textures and sounds and all of that, but I didn't do it fully for the graphics, I guess, partition of the binary file and also the objects, the game objects. And these two are going to behave similarly, so I'm just kind of thinking about how to best fix this code. But yeah, once I get this done, then I can move on to some of the other things I want to do today as well. So let me see. Yeah, I'm still finishing the cache stuff. So I actually need to do this. Okay, I was just thinking, like, how do I want to structure this, like, loop? And I've decided I want to do it like this. Yeah, I need to get better at commentating what I'm doing, because sometimes I just like get really in the zone. And hopefully I'm not missing questions. I know some of them come in here and then I get on a train of thought and I forget to circle back. Cache object. So now I just want to copy this base. Pretty much the exact same code for the shaders. I'm just using like a little dummy value here because I actually don't care what it has. It just needs to be like 1 byte large. So it stores something in the file so it can be found. And then let's copy that. So we can skip this if not, and same change here. So we don't want to do more work than we have to. Yeah, so basically what this code is doing, and I need to change this to shader probably. So basically what this code does is that, like, when the build tool starts, so I'll do the shaders because it's more intuitive. So when the tool runs, it basically iterates through the directory, the project directory, looking for shader files. So like the globe, for instance, in the code here on the left, I have like 3 shaders, and those are like denoted .shader. So it builds a list of shader files. And then what it's doing is, I'm actually not counting them as well. I need to add something to count these too. But yeah, what it's doing is it and then it has to check if we've changed that shader file or if we've never seen it. So if we've never seen the shader file before, that means that obviously we're going to need to rebuild part of our binary file because we have a new shader. So there's new data to be in the file. And if we've changed it, you know, we've added new code, obviously that's going to have to trigger a rewrite as well. So the way I figure that out is I have that little binary cache system where you generate basically the unique number that represents that asset. And in this case, it's just the shader name and the time of the file since last modification, like since the file was last modified. And then it generates this ID from that. It just does a checksum, which generates an ID, and then I just check to see if that's in the cache or not. And if it is, or if it's not in the cache, then that means we have to rebuild. The cache is dirty. And then we store it in there for the next build to be able to find it. So that's how that works. Now I'm missing a part of this as well. So let me see, am I counting files? Where am I? Build, assets, GFX. Yeah, see, I missed this part, so we have to increment the file count as well. And should be GFX. Yep, pretty much. Oh yeah, you're talking about hot reloading is the lingo that's usually used to describe that. No, I don't support hot reloading yet. that's a little more complicated. But no, you're on the, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's not what this is yet. Not yet. That's probably not a today project though. In minimum spec to learn this stuff. I'm not really sure what you mean by minimum spec. Like computer specs? Your engine is basically as complicated as you want it to be, so you don't need any crazy specs. Why do I have such long lines in this file? Here, let me fix this. This is annoying me. I have like these massive long lines. All right, it's about as good as it's gonna get. What did I just do? That's scary when that happens. Okay. Make sure this still compiles. Cache ID conflict. Oh, that's great. Gaming laptop. You don't need high specs for stuff like this. Obviously, if you're going for like Unreal Engine type graphics, you need high specs. What do I have this? Yeah, this is the engine code. Yeah, I've just only shown off the globe project so far, but give me a minute. So the engine, so I have like two things going on. I have the engine itself, which is like the build tool, and then just sort of a library to build stuff like in the game, I guess. Like it's like a library for game specific things you want to be able to do. And then in the engine, I can make multiple games. So the globe project is just like one game in the engine, and that's just the one I've been testing with right now. When I finish getting this stuff fixed up, I can show some of the other ones I have. Is there anything I'm missing? I'm missing file count. Yeah, I agree with everything being said. If you're doing code, it's nice to have like an if you're doing programming, it is nice to have a CPU with more threads in it, because compilation is highly multi-threaded with like modern compilers. So if you care about how fast your code compiles, then like it's nice to have a fast multi-threaded CPU specifically. But like that doesn't really, like if you don't care about compile times, that doesn't matter. So yeah, it's just like what's the target spec that you would want your game to run on anyway, and that's kind of all that matters. And then last but not least, GFX, cache, graphics. hash dirty shaders or equals dirty or equals. I'm gonna change this to graphics as well. And I need to do this for assets. There's just so much like repetitive code I need to do for this. Oh, I didn't change this either. Shoot. Okay, let's do that. Path, hash dirty assets. Okay, cool. Then I think I forgot something here. My Discord is, it should be the same as my Twitch name. So like my name, Jared X64. I have a cache conflict. Oh no. Where is that conflict? Am I not generating enough unique IDs here? Let me see. But yeah, feel free to add me on Discord. I should get like a server going. That could be fun. So it did not like this. Store. Cache ID. File out path. File dot. Let me see what file that was from. I think statistically I should really never expect to have a cache hit like that, or a hash hit. So that's kind of shocking to me. Wow, what are the odds? Oh, it's hitting it twice. Why is it including it twice? Well, that's interesting. No results found. Wait, is that true? Because I definitely exist. How do you find like what your name is? It should just be this. Discord server, yeah, it would be fun. Oh, there goes my mouse. It should just be that. That's what it says in Discord. Let's see. Because I used to have the Discord account where it had like your name and then the little like pound and then the numbers. But then it changed me to just be like my username. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm hitting this file twice. Where's that coming from? There shouldn't be duplicates. What? Let me just skip the storing. Let me see if this happens multiple times. Wow, check that out. I am active on Discord. I'm not sure how to get my actual like username though. Is there a way to find that? Is it in the settings? Here, let me what's your name? I can just add you maybe, and then you can figure it out. Okay, so I'm getting shader assets twice, which is interesting. Okay, let's see. Why would it do that? Build shaders. Where is it doing this? Gather. Path engine, path project. All right, I sent one. Sent a request. Okay, let's see. So it's like recursing backwards, which is funny. I think my my recurse into directories function is actually broken. That's great. Let's see. Why would it do that? I've been like recursing folders incorrectly for who knows how long. Path. Let me just print out everything that this is hitting. Wow. Wow, what a disaster. I do not. I need to print. So let's see. What a mess. There's just so much spam that you can't even scroll up to the top. But it's clearly not correct because it's like hitting the same folders multiple times. I'm like recursing from the wrong spot. I think my directory iterate function is just broken, and it's just like silently been failing this whole time. So what's wrong with this? Let's put this in a new line. Yeah, so when this recurses, it is popping it into this. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon for me. 1600. 16 of the day if you use the 24-hour clock. Shoot, I don't know how to fix this. This might be put this into AI and have it figure out the bug for me. As I hate to stoop to those levels, but I just don't feel like figuring this out right now. There are a few subtle bugs. Okay, so I have one bug here. This is a bit mask. I'm not doing this correctly. And then stir copy. So I'm missing. This is wrong too, supposedly. Yeah, I try to avoid it because it's like kind of makes you not think very hard, but okay, so subdir. So where am I doing that? I need to do that here. Path, directory, iterate. Yeah, so I need to do this here, I believe. Subdir. Actually, yeah, this makes sense. Let's see if this fixes it. That looks a lot better, actually. It's still broken, though. But at least it's starting from the right directory. And then Okay, that was the fix. So there was this minor problem where I wasn't checking this as a bit field. So this could fail. Because file attribute directory is these are bit fields. But that was minor. The actual issue is that, well, I believe the issue was that I'm basically passing pointers around to these paths. So like the way the directory iterate supposed to work is you pass it like a root directory to start from, and then it just recurses through all the subfolders, searching for a file with this extension. And it's a recursive function, the way this is implemented, so it calls itself. But it was passing the pointer to the path rather than a copy of the path. So basically this buffer here is a pointer. So this could change outside of the scope of like the actual function that's running when it's running recursively. It's complicated, but basically it was changing the path beneath its feet pretty much. So it was recursing incorrectly. Yeah, it's basically I just need to create a copy of the directory when I recurse into it, rather than passing like the directory itself, which makes sense. Now, unfortunately, I have this function in two places, so I need to fix it in two places. So let me figure. I'll just copy the function in both. And I have a Linux version of this function, which is unfortunate. Okay, so I need to make the same fix on Linux. Oh, I did do the fix on Linux. See, I had it implemented incorrectly. Subdirectory. I just had the Windows implementation wrong. Okay. So I guess this can be there. And this can be path max because you would never recurse into a folder that's less than that. And then I had a problem somewhere else too. Yeah. Yeah, the concept of pointers and references and all of that fun stuff is actually really important to know. I would say, like, it's such a powerful concept to understand. It's like pointers and man, this is such an ugly file. Sorry, I need to fix some of these. This is really bugging me. So I fixed something else here too, didn't I? Yeah, I fixed, where was it? Yeah, I need to fix this and the other one too. Or maybe I don't do it like that. So if I clean now. Oh, I actually broke it. Great. Does this need to be out here? Is that critical? Mission critical? What did I do? Oh, I'm passing buffer still. Yeah, but like I was saying, pointers and references, super important. And they're like very confusing in the beginning. Mission critical. Okay, yeah, so here we go. I'm not getting duplicate. Oh, I am getting duplicate shaders. I didn't even solve it. It's not even fixed. So I fixed a problem that wasn't even the problem. Well, that's great. Let's see. What could be causing that? I really don't want to be dealing with this right now. It's like restarting from the root directory. Let's see. I guess what's interesting, let me see. Maybe there's something else logically wrong here. Oh, I see what's happening. I guess I should be doing this cache check. Outside of this. I'm doing the cache in the wrong spot. So, do I have a cache check for shaders? I might actually be doing that in a lot of places. That's great to see. You know what? I'm gonna keep that where it was. Where was I? All I need to do is, instead of looping from that, I'll just start from basically here. And I need to make that change for the objects as well, because I do the same thing with those. Except I don't keep track of them. So this is fine. So is it just the assets? Yeah, so it was just the shaders that was making that problem. I need to get rid of all this logging now. Okay, I fixed all the cache stuff, so I can show off the other projects. Yeah, so that was the globe. I can switch projects really easily by just changing the project down here in this my little list here. So this is a little 3D test project I have. There's really not much to this. I was just testing graphics code, basically. But this is like a separate project from the globe. You can see like I have like spheres drawing up here. And I can like change the resolution of them. Sphere. Go like no subdivisions, one subdivision. Oh, and there's like the snow particles. I can put like 1 million snow particles, or like 5 million, or none. Okay, if I put none, then it errors. So that's one project. I have a little Terraria clone I was working on for a while. Oh my god, my ears. Okay, let me mute that. I've clearly messed up the audio. Ouch, that hurt my ears. 1 second, let me fix the audio. I need to figure out what's wrong with that. It's not an HDR. It's just a basic sky sphere texture. Okay, let me fix this audio problem. I think this is the cache as well. Let me just rerun this. No, that's not it. Ouch. Okay, what could be happening here? Did I forget to add the offset to the audio maybe? Yeah, it can be if you choose if you like pick a file image format that is HDR. I don't support HDR image formats yet though in the engine, so what am I doing? Output. Flood shaders. Let's see. Something is catastrophically wrong with the audio. Yeah, it's just reading garbage values probably. I just need to figure out what it actually expects, because I've certainly messed that up. So what is this? Where does this come from? So that's the samples. So where does it get the samples from? So the stream sample data offset is where that comes from. So where do I write that? Yeah, I write that here. So this is where I need to be applying my offset value. So let me just figure out where this gets generated. Equals. Like I said, there's so many little edge cases to this. You just need to work your way through. So this is, what was that called? Binary offset assets maybe, plus. Yeah. we need that. And then in this header file, I need to actually include that. Include and then let's see, what else do I need? I need to remove the offset from these sound files. So I don't need that, I believe. So if we rebuild, there we go. Yeah, so here's my little Terraria clone. Well, it's not actually a Terraria clone. It's different, but you know. No, this was a different problem. It was just how I load the sound data in the game. I do it in a different way than some of the other assets, because sounds are a little more involved. I lost my screen here. There we go. Computer went to sleep. Yeah, that's true. I like these. I spent a lot of time getting these water physics right, so I'm always quick to show them off on the stream, because I'm proud of them. Eventually, I want to keep working on this and maybe release it someday, but it's just such a time commitment making games. And there's lava as well. Lava. I can turn it to nighttime as well. Time set 0. Or time 0. Make it nice and big on the stream. But yeah, so that's another game in the engine. I have like some other stuff too, like I have a little chess clone. Well, not clone, it's just chess. A little chess engine. Let's see. And this guy can like get that guy, and then you come over here. And he goes there, and you go there. Yeah, so long story short, the game engine is like the core, and then you build games in the engine. So all this caching stuff I did is like a property of the engine itself. Queen's Gambit. Okay, so in theory, if all the caching stuff I just did works, if I go in here into the game and I change one of these assets. Okay, let me get myself organized. If I change like the dirt asset to be stone, I rebuild. Yeah, now the dirt is stone. And then I change that back to dirt. And that works perfectly. Now if I change Oh, that's actually a cool idea. It's like making a new version of chess. Okay, now if I change an object, because I didn't actually test the object caching yet. So if I just run this, it's clean. Yeah, so then if I change an entity, if I just add a space, that should be dirty. Now, interestingly, that shouldn't have triggered off the shaders to recompile and the assets to recompile. So it's not fully perfect yet. So that's dirty. That's the same. So if I change the object, so somehow the asset cache is being dirtied by that. I am both. I do software engineering as a job, and I do game stuff for fun. Okay, so what happened to make the asset cache dirty is the question. Let's see. I'm getting like so scatterbrained. Let's see, where was I? Here we are. I was here. So that somehow triggered this to be dirty, and that's what did it. So what all triggers this? So that triggers in that condition. Is the object still triggering this maybe? No, that should be fine. Yeah, I like it more. I used to work at a AAA game studio doing engine work. I worked at one for about 3 years. And then I changed jobs for kind of unrelated reasons. But I don't work in games anymore professionally. I do just general software engineering. I do like graphics engineering at a different company now. And I kind of like it because I like working on games. It's kind of like my passion. But I didn't enjoy it like professionally, just because it kind of drains the fun out of it when you're doing it as a job, among other reasons. So I kind of enjoy what's what I do now, which is just do stuff for fun. Okay, so let's see. Something is messed up. Somehow this got triggered. Is it because of this? I don't know. I don't know if there is a best app. I like Visual Studio Code just because it's like lightweight and you can customize it. And that's just what I use right now, so. So I think it's because something is getting triggered here. Do some classic print debugging just to figure out what the state is, because I have something that needs to be fixed. It's either there. So if I change this, add a space in here. Yeah, that's what's doing it. I really need to get rid of this file count caching thing I have going on. Let me think. Where can I do that? Because each of these should invalidate its cache on its own. So let me just store something like in here. I do an enum. Okay, so this file count thing is what's sending me awry. So I check that. Should be in the cache stage, I guess. I mean, you can see in the bottom right corner, baby. It's 4 o'clock p.m. for me. So it's like midday. It's getting close to dinner time, actually. All right. So I don't need this cache buffer previous thing. I don't think. Build cache. So this should come from like, I can delete that. Where do I set this up? So I need to move this somewhere else. that. Did this. Some oats. Yeah, I'll be interested in playing it. Not right now though. I'm kind of busy. Maybe when I finish up the work I'm doing here. I'm kind of in the zone. So each object type should be in charge of resolving its own cache. So graphics. And the assets needs one of these as well. I'm gonna put the cache window at the bottom because it's kind of like where it should be. So rewrite. I'm gonna pass the path to this path. Yeah, it's my own engine. Basically my own engine from fully from scratch, pretty much. So I'm using as few libraries as possible for this whole project. Just because I felt like doing that, and that seems fun. So that's it. So extern. Let's see. Okay. I don't have a begin. Really? Oh, I do. It's right here. Just my coding style, I guess. So it's interesting what I'm doing here, I guess, if you're used to C++ using classes for everything. So I have these things in namespaces rather than as a class. And the reason is because I know there will only ever be one of these because it's the build tool and it's like a singleton architecture. And the second is that with a namespace, you can split up where you define, I guess, things within the namespace. And the build tool is meant to be extendable by each game. So like if you build a game with the engine, you have like the base set of things it does for you. So it will always do textures, it will always do sounds, it will always do fonts. But you might make a specific game that has more than just those asset types. Like a 3D game might have like a 3D model asset type. And you would want the build tool to like process the models and pack them into the binary file for you. But that's a feature that you would implement per game because not every game cares about 3D models. So it would be kind of stupid to have all this extra work being run if your game is like a 2D platformer that doesn't care about 3D graphics. So by doing things in a namespace, you can like add extra stages without having like, it's hard to explain without just seeing how it works. But that's the philosophy there. It wasn't an arbitrary choice. So like you can use namespaces to kind of have like a loosely held together, I guess, class of functionality, which is just obviously the namespace that it's in. I'm already seeing problems with what I just did here. So I should put the cache. I need to split this up. So this needs to be, I can keep this one cache right. Let's char path takes in that, and then copy and paste this because that, delete all that. Do that, go to the way bottom. So then this reads that. Need to cache validate. Yeah. So like, yeah. So like what you're seeing here, this like these object things, this isn't like a, everything in here isn't like an object, I guess. This is just like a system, and the system lives in its namespace, and I just call the namespace objects because that's what the system is, like deals with processing. It processes the game's object files, which are like the in-game entities that you like, I don't know, can create and code for. So check if, let's see. Okay, so we need, unfortunately I messed up slightly. I just need to keep that. And delete this. And delete that. So, graphics. And then I guess build that begin. So cache assets, graphics, objects, build, cache, build. Okay. Now I need to finish all of these other functions, unfortunately, because I messed that up. I just realized I still have this in here. I don't even think I need this. Oh yeah, I do need that. So where do I load this from? Okay, yeah. You never think about how involved caching is of things. You just like take it for granted, but this is actually a lot of work. Okay. We're honing in though, we're getting close. I've said that like 10 times. Okay, so if we fail to load that, then the cache must be dirty. And then the other condition is if our I guess file count, this should be. see, basically copy that for everything. Did I create a validate function for this? Validate, I did. And the same for the assets. Hey, how's it going? All right, we are almost ready. We just need to do that for the build, and then I think that's all the stuff we have to do. Should be build. So need to load there. That should be read. Right. So the build cache is easy as well. And this doesn't have to do anything, I believe. So, right, what'd I mess up? Nothing. So, begin, and then cache read. And then we need to end. In reverse order for how we wrote. So objects, graphics, assets, build. doesn't like that very much. So the build really doesn't have any stages, but I'll put it in here just in case. And the last thing to think about is we have a lot of cache state stored in build, which we need to move. So cache dirty objects should be like this. And we need to call objects.cache validate, and that moves in there. Do the same for this. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Back at it again. I'll let you know I fixed the fog or the atmosphere problems from the other night. And I am making forward progress. So delete this. Yeah, in a second. I don't know if it'll compile right now. I need to finish some stuff here. It's in a slightly broken state at the moment. This should be graphics. I did a big overhaul to how I'm doing. Oh, I don't have a function for that. What? That should not be that. I did a big overhaul to how I'm doing the caching of the build system. Okay, let's see. Didn't like this. Cache validate. Wait a minute, what just happened? Oh, this should not be in there. I think. Yeah. I guess I'll leave the dirty binary thing. It's boot cache. In theory, this should work, but I don't know. No. Okay, what I missed something. And build cache. Build cache. It doesn't need that function. Actually, I do need that function. Read exceeded buffer capacity. Classic. Why did it do that? So let's see. Oh, why would it do that? Here's the fixed atmosphere, if you want to see it. It's got a nice fuzzy effect. I can change the color. Atmosphere. So there was a few issues. My I was actually close with my process. There were some problems I had to fix in the actual graphics code, which was fun to figure out. But then I fixed those and it just magically worked, which was great. Can make Earth look like Venus. Okay, but now my cache is broken. So build cache is clean. Check cache. This is just failing. Read buffer exceeded capacity for objects. It's like it's not hitting the read portion. Okay, so builds. So it's not dirty, so it did read successfully. Is it not writing, maybe? You should go to sleep. Why are you up so late? Okay, let's see. What could be going wrong? Should be working flawlessly. So it is reading the cache. Yeah, so it ends it, graphics, objects, and doesn't do anything. Right, writes it. Let me verify that this file actually exists. Globe output generated. Yeah, there it is. Objects, graphics. There's no asset. Oh yeah, here's the asset cache. I actually don't really have physics in the engine, so not doing anything for that yet. Okay. So it's filling this line. This is so odd. Tail plus offset is greater than current. Well, so where's it writing it to? So odd. Read exceeded buffer capacity. How is that possible? Probably use an existing one. Just because there's just so much math involved in that, and I'm not interested in that math, to be honest. I'll probably use bullet physics if I had to pick one, because that's at least one I'm familiar with. But I'll have to look into it when the time comes. Okay, what's the problem? Am I reading this from the correct path? Is that the problem? Let's see. So we load, where are we? Build, right, assets, graphics, objects, build. Build, objects, graphics, assets, cache read. I do have, I guess I said I don't have physics. I have the most bare bones physics possible. Let me rebuild this little project here. And like go over here. So I do have a very bare bones little bouncing sphere versus a mesh collision system in. Because I did start to look into it briefly. But this is like as basic as it gets because it's just a sphere against a mesh. But I can't have multiple of these, so like they don't collide with each other. So it's not like a rigid body simulation or anything like that, at least not yet. And there's issues. There's like an issue with the edges. Sometimes they get stuck on the edges. Oh yeah, and obviously I have like the ray casting working as well under my mouse, like that red line. Okay, let me dig into this more. It's funny because sometimes I get the call stack and sometimes I don't. So if tile plus size of type is greater than current. So let's see. Am I writing a different type for the objects? So I have this guy, cache objects. Let me just print out. buffer.read, so I need to see the size of this thing. Oh. So, oh, I'm actually segfaulting. Hello, how's it going? Okay, so that works, and then 21, 17. That's not right. This should never be off aligned. So that's presumably build, objects, shaders, assets. So 21 and 17, those are weird values. That is a weird value to have. So that means I'm storing the incorrect size for something. Or my file's getting cut off. Is that real? 21 and 17. I don't know what you're trying to say. Platform agnostic, platform specific header files. I started out, I've been making games for a long time. And then I got a job at a AAA game studio out of college. And I worked there for 3 years. So I was doing like engine work on like a AAA C++ game engine. And then that kind of inspired me to just do it myself because it was pretty fun. And then I've just been kind of working on this over the past year and a half, 2 years. Okay, so I need to figure out what is happening. Something's getting corrupted here. This is so fun. So fun. Why would that be writing as... So let me see when I save this. So when I save this... Right. File delete. Is it this tell thing? Here we go. Let's see what this tells me. Yeah, it is just messing up. Wow, check that out. 17 and 21. Am I starting in a corrupt state? Is that what's happening? I think that is. So if I initialize this buffer, what is my starting size? 0. Let's make these long unsigned. So the ID is a U32, and then the entry is a... So unsigned U. Oh, this is gonna spam my terminal. So we write zero. The offset is 9. That does not make any sense. Wow. What is this starting as? What's the state of this thing? I have something really weird going on with the state of my buffer or something. What just happened? Clean build. So that's fine. Is it the size? Okay, I think I know what's happening. This is great. I understand. I understand the problem. So my hash map is, well, actually I don't fully understand the problem, but I think I know the general idea, the gist. So my hash map has it can iterate over elements in the, as a custom iterator. And I don't have I'm not checking if my elements are actually null, basically. So I'm when I loop over things, I'm finding them as like valid elements. So what's my null element then in this case? So when I init, you grow, initialize new slots. Grow. Yeah, okay. So I can't use 0 for this basically, because that's what I'm using as my null key is 0. Well, my null key should actually be U32. So what do I use? Traits. Where's my traits folder? Here, or traits file. So is null. equals U32 max, which is what I'm doing. So is that failing? Let me just try putting this to be 1 and seeing what happens. No, that didn't fix it. Something very odd is happening. Yeah, it shouldn't be hitting these. It's like it's fine until the buffer regrows, and then it's not a problem. Okay, so let me figure this out. Init. What I'm looking at is like these areas over here. I should only have this first one for each one of them. But instead my iterator is giving me a bunch of these. And it seems random actually. So it's like either my iterator is broken or my hash map's not initializing values correctly. And I'm not really sure which one it is. Is it because I'm not doing this? It is not because of that. Okay, let me see. The object cache. So that works fine. What if I write two things to this? If I just like store this twice, what happens? Could be that my iterator only works if there's more than one element in the map. No, that's not it. It's really interesting. It must be something. There's like some small oversight somewhere, I believe, that's causing this. This is so fun. It's like you you write one system and you find a bug in another. So basically, I shouldn't be seeing all these random keys in here unless I'm adding to it incorrectly, which I don't think I am. Because object dot store. Yeah, I store. Well, actually, maybe this is what I expect to see. Maybe this isn't broken. Maybe I'm just going crazy. What do I do for graphics? I forgot I was storing these. Oh, that makes it more complicated. Now I'm thoroughly confused. I forgot I was storing these weird these things. These like byte-sized dummy values. So when I'm reading these, I need to mirror what I'm doing with the read. So entry is ID. And then that read asset gfx. Okay, I'm writing like these values in here for these. I just like store these in Paint. And then rerun. So do these match? So objects 0, 2, 3. Oh, that's okay. So these do match. Graphics, and then I error out at what? Error if tel plus size of type. At which point do I do that? Exceeded buffer capacity. Read exceeded buffer capacity. Should this be greater than or equal to? Now that I think about it. No, because that makes sense. Tell plus size. Align type offset. T. Is it this? Is this align type offset thing? Here, let me just... I think I know the problem. It's because I'm using this like Boolean type for these dummy values. Let me just change this to a 4-byte like integer or something. I need to fix that though, because my buffer shouldn't be trying to align stuff in some stupid way. Should be integer. So let's build. And then let's build again. No, that wasn't the problem. Buffer exceeded capacity. For what value? Zero. If entry is null, current buffer reading dot size. I seek to the offset, and then you read at that offset. I don't trust this alignment stuff that I'm doing, to be honest. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm working on caching build assets, basically, so it doesn't do work it doesn't have to do between builds. Like if I'm like changing like textures or shaders, up until now, I've been doing it fairly naively, where like it's just kind of rebuilding everything. If anything is dirty, like if you change one texture, then it just spit off a whole new build of the entire thing. Which is kind of dumb because like a lot of work doesn't need to be redone. But this is I think the buffer's large enough. I could let me just. I'm thinking, which read is actually cache objects? So it doesn't like this one, which is a U8. If I make these all like U size, this will just verify that like it's not an alignment problem. Yeah. See, now it doesn't like the shaders. It is an alignment problem. I have my alignment messed up in my buffer. Alright, well at least I know the problem and I can fix this later. I'm gonna change this to graphics. Actually, I'll keep it shaders. Okay, I'll have to fix that later. It's a to-do. There we go. Boom. 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 I can delete all of this logging. What a headache. Okay, so now if I come in here and I change a texture, I'll change like a data file. So I have a map, assets, maps. I'll change this one to a different map. Yeah, so basically I changed the map file, and you can see that most of the assets are like unchanged, so it knows that and it can quickly retrieve them from the cache, which is basically the last build's binary file. Except it had to rebuild this asset because I changed the map that it is pointing to. So now I'm in this map. Then if I rebuild again, everything should be the same, except now thinks the assets were dirty for some reason. I have to get rid of this debug garbage. GFX binary. So what did it see for the assets? It thought the assets were dirty for some reason. Am I not saving the asset cache? Is it this? Is this the problem? That's funny. It's like overwriting itself. Okay, so that's actually fine. So the next build, it should see that the assets are clean though, so that's interesting. What did it mess up now? So we rebuild, and then we run again. We run again. We run again. We run again. And then we change an asset. Rebuild. Run again. Run again. Rebuild. And now it doesn't like this. Invalid font TTF source. Oh, the joy. What caused that error? That was like an error in the build system. Yeah, that's so odd. Really? Invalid font TTF. I can't find that. Yeah, so it loaded the TTF from the file and then failed at actually reading it. So we've got some bugs in the system. But for the most part, it does work. Oh, not this. Oh, it shouldn't be writing the binary every time. So we've got some logical issues. Yeah, it's spending 400 milliseconds writing the binary when it shouldn't have to. Okay, so I think I know why that is, though. So it really should only do that if the binary is dirty, I guess, or if the cache was dirty. Yeah, there we go. It skips the cache because it doesn't need to do it. Still kind of slow though for doing pretty much nothing. If I rebuild the texture, globe, assets, textures, Earth. Yeah, it is fast. I'm a bit OCD about it because I know it should be faster in certain areas. Like I know it's hanging on this loop here when it doesn't need to be. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's like I have some timings being sent in here, so you can see where it's spending most of its time. Like when I build. So this is like a fully cached build, nothing changed. It still runs the tool anyway because it needs to validate that nothing's changed. So there is some overhead, of course. But you can see that this stage is still taking, I guess, 140 milliseconds, so 1/10 of a second. Which is a lot because it should be doing nothing basically. Yeah, it's basically still doing this loop. I think I need an extra flag in here somewhere. Because, like, first it checks if the objects are dirty. If they are, then obviously everything else becomes dirty. But, like, ultimately we shouldn't even do the build assets. Unless... I don't know, I'm trying to think. I guess if the binary is dirty, which should happen if either the assets or the shaders are dirty. So let me do a little check in here. Binary cache. So where do I do this? So like I do this here. So it should be like if binary cache. So it's like if any of the sub caches are dirty, is basically what this needs to be. Well, actually, objects don't. I'll just comment this out. Note. So like objects, graphics, and shaders. Or assets. So now, yeah, so that's dirty. Now if I change the earth, yeah, so the one of the assets was dirty, which triggers the binary. Will be dirty. And then I should have a module in here just called binary to make it easier to reason about this. But when I come to build the assets, I can skip this loop if I guess we can skip building any of these. Build. So if build binary dirty, else we'll just print you like tab. Oh, I think my mic cut out. Yeah, I did figure out the atmosphere. I can show that off in a second. Where'd my music go? There we go. Yeah, here we go. So it skips it if it is clean. I don't need 2 tabs. I guess I can keep the time down there. But yeah, I figured out the atmosphere. There were just some bugs with my, actually my graphics backend code. And how I was calculating inverse matrices was one big problem. And there were some quirks with OpenGL using different normalized device coordinates and how I was calculating screen rays from pixels. So, but now it looks nice. And I can change the color. Always have to show off the color change because it looks fun. It looks funny. Give us a nice green earth glow. Or red, or like pink. Yeah, so if anything is dirty here, it skips. It skips the build. Yeah. Yeah, shaders are fun. They're fun until they're not. Until you bang your head on the wall for a while. Okay, so if we do Mars. Yeah, I can change it to Mars. Which is fun. Mars with an Earth atmosphere. Okay, I'm satisfied with this build caching now. Change it back to Earth. Earth. It rebuilds only the stuff it needs to. Now if I change the shader, well, if I rebuild this, rebuild, rebuild, and I change the shader now, yeah, there we go. Now I can add a little debug output to this as well. Build assets. Put like red will be 30. Print line. I love logging. It's always fun. And then I can do like log magenta. I'll be like cached. 40 earth when. Enum time, where you see that. .40 earth. Okay, so if I rebuild shaders, see, there we go. It grabs from the asset cache. I guess I can change this to just objects, shaders. Well, I'm specifically testing the asset rebuilding pipeline of this engine. So yeah, putting it as an enum would defeat the point of the test. But yeah, I know where you're coming from. I would rig that up to an enum. What I'm demonstrating is what happens when you actually change like the raw asset types. Okay, I need to do a print line on the shaders. Dirty. I should do hot reloadable textures. I think if I do hot reloadable assets, I'll need to split them into a second binary file. And then the engine will have to like listen for updates of the second file. Like I might have like a hot reloadable file or something like that. Okay, so if I change Earth to Mars, I should see, yeah, dirty. Should be like build binary too as well. Check cache, build. Because right now it's not very descriptive of what is actually happening. I have not. I don't even know what that is. Why is it not red? Actually, I might not even print here. I don't really have to write. I love the multi-stream going on, the cross-platform chat action. Okay, let's test this again. So we have Earth. We rebuild. Shaders were cached. Assets were cached for the most part, except for the color texture. Yeah, I don't have night textures for Mars. So I have Earth lights on Mars. Okay, and then I change the shader. So this should, yeah, rebuild the shader, which it did, because it looks broken now. That back. It's clean. Now I also need to test adding a texture. So we'll add a dedicated Mars texture. Text Mars color. Rebuild. All right, it detected the change. And then if I delete this texture by just renaming it to something it won't recognize. Ooh, here we go. We failed. We failed. Failed to read cached texture from binary file. Is that reproducible consistently? It is. So it doesn't like when you delete a texture. It only likes when you add one. It did detect the change though, because the cache was dirtied from that action. Oh, it just doesn't like this at all. I've managed to break my asset caching. So if I just change the name of this to Mars. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so I think I know what the base problem is. It's my buffer implementations, like doing aligned memory. So I need to just delete that from the... that's so annoying. Let me see. So I'm just gonna create a copy of this for now. I think it's just this weird aligned memory thing I was trying to do in here, which is just not worth it. Because, like, aligned. So where I do alignment, I just need to like, this shouldn't be aligning. Ultimately I do want to align my memory, but I know that this is currently broken. Yeah, of course. Works perfectly when I delete the stupid alignment from my buffer class. Classic. Okay, I should figure out what the actual problem was with that alignment. It wouldn't be too hard. Yeah, this is my engine. And this is my little globe test project, because it's fun. Should I add explosions? I can add explosions real quick. This will be speed run, add some explosions when you click. Speedrun explosions. So I can use the object system for this. So a new file. Object. So I'll name it explosion.object. And I don't, so we include, here's my little object, pseudo C++ scripting language. Should be .object. So we give an object, we include object, include this. So we have an object name, so we name it explosion. And we have a event render. And we have an event create, an event update. Here we go. Doesn't like this. So if we compile this, it should just work still. Cool. And now, so we have like life. And then every update step, I'll make this a double because my delta time is super fast. I'll keep it float. Okay, so as you increase time, the lifetime decreases. And then we need a sphere. So I should reuse spheres, so I need to so it should still compile. Cool. Let me make sure I have access to this as well. We have to initialize that. We have to free that. And then we have to update them. Pass delta time. And then we'll have to render them. Yeah, I'll use the sphere I already have. So I'll just draw them here. Draw. But I need to, unfortunately, I need to import a lot of this code. Create this as a lambda expression for now. Equals. This is some dirty code. So I need to include speed running, adding some basic explosions. So we need positions, UVs, and indices. We have private GFX vertex buffer, vertex globe, I guess. This buffer. This is my object scripting language, by the way. If you're wondering what's happening. So you have these, and this was supposed to be index buffer. Okay. So then we just call this here. Oh, I'm expecting that. We just initialize ourselves. Oh, we need a destroy event. So we have to free our resources. I'm gonna need to find a good explosion texture as well. But we should be able to just render this. Text buffer, draw, indexed. Lambdas. Okay, so the last thing I need, so this thing needs a position as well. So we'll do like a double v3, need to include vector position. And what else? The little barrier here so we're not confused. I need some transformation matrices. So I need scaling and position. I need to steal this from, where was it? I need to steal this code actually. Okay. Okay, so now, what's the radius? We'll need to make this thing like massive. So I'll go like 50 kilometers at first. This is my radius. So we put that scale, 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 position, position, position. And then last thing we need is a texture now. And oh, also when we click, and I'll make sure we don't change the daytime when we just, so. Is this not even? I need to make sure this is actually compiling. Oh, I wasn't even compiling. It's not detecting the object. Uh-oh. What a mess up. 1 second, let me figure this out. What do you mean I can only have one event create? Oh, I put two of them on accident. Event destroy. Okay. We have some errors to fix here. Because I didn't finish this. Why isn't it in my list? Explosion. Should be called explosion. Here, I'm gonna make that capital. Access new my explosion. So we create it, and we need to create a constructor. Constructor takes in a double v3p. All right. What doesn't it like? Oh, I didn't call my custom create event. What's it mad about? Must match vertex buffer type. 20 equals 0. What? Oh, I'm using the wrong vertex type. Of course I am. I grabbed the wrong code. This isn't quite the speed run I was hoping it was going to be. I need this. I need this code basically. Here we go. Do like 16. What? All right. Attempting to draw a vertex buffer with a shader of a different vertex format. Classic, because I'm not drawing in the right spot. Am I rebinding the shader somewhere? Shader globe. We draw the object there. What do you mean? Did I reset the shader in the object on accident? No. What do you mean? Different vertex format. Yeah, I probably could do a shader for the explosion. Why is this error happening? That's odd. Update. Project update. Am I calling event update? Events render. So where am I? Does it think the vertex buffer is null? Let me try creating it without my custom create event. Because I think I need to put this lambda into here. No, what? So the resource exists, vertex like this, just for sanity's sake. Attempting to draw a vertex buffer with a shader of a different vertex type. That is crazy. That is not even true. Let me just explicitly set the shader here, because I think something weird is happening. No. What? This is killing me. Does this use a different vertex format? Vertex globe. Vertex globe. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. It's crazy. What is the generated code doing is the next big question. Output. Assets. Oh wait, I deleted the cache. Okay, so we initialize, and it's not null pointer at that point because we get the error message, and then we create it there. I think we have a problem going on here. Oops, I meant to How come everything I try to do just fails on the first attempt? What is happening? Attempting to draw a vertex buffer with a shader of a different vertex format. Why is this error hitting? What's the shader ID? Here, let me just print this out. What is this mad about? Let's go here. What is this mad about? What shaders does it think is running? This is crazy. So you're trying to tell me that 3 and 3... Oh wait, this should be up here. I was gonna say. Okay. 3 and 0. So resource vertex of vertex format is being reset. So it's not getting the vertex format from the asset type, from the object. See, this is a weird, like, probably namespace type bug happening. So let's see. Right, vertex globe. So that gets initialized here. So in the output generated. Yeah, that looks correct to me. Crazy. I guess I can't initialize a vertex buffer on an object for some reason, which is actually a big problem. Is it the lambda? So it created it with type 3, which is exactly what I expect, but it's not storing it. Super odd. I guess not. There's something weird going on. Something weird is happening with these objects. Let me just skip the drawing part and just make sure that this is actually doing something. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. My build cache isn't working for objects as well, I've just discovered. Because it's not rebuilding them. Wait. Draw. Debug sphere draw. Oh, this isn't even the I'm thoroughly confused, to be honest. Yeah, I'm certain that that's not the problem. I just need to reason about, okay, so something in here is actually messing up the, is it the shader bind? Okay, so this should never have worked now that I look at this a bit closer. Because I'm binding this shader here and then drawing this here. And this is a different vertex format than what I bound So this should never have worked. No, the problem is exactly what it's saying, because I wrote these error messages and I know like that it's upset about the state of something. It's just, it's interesting that it's happening in this situation, because this can only happen if either of these are true or false. I mean, and I just checked before and we're getting a mismatch here. Like 0 to 3 is actually what's throwing the error off. So it's attempting to render well, I forget which order I actually drew those in. Here, I guess. Actually, no, here. That was in DirectX. Yeah, except I printed logging for this. Yeah, so 0, 3. So the vertex format of the shader that's currently bound. So what it's saying is basically that the current shader is being reset. No, it's rendering as vertex ID 3. But it's resetting the shader. So am I setting the shader in the object call? Like if I bind to this. Oh, here we go. So I must be rebinding the default shader somewhere in my object render loop, which is really bizarre. I shouldn't be doing that. Let's figure out where that's happening. Yeah, here we go. No, that's not it. No, what's happening is I have a fundamental mismatch between the... So like I'm rendering the sphere. Let me explain. Let me explain the problem. So my explosion has the vertex buffer, and it's of this format, this vertex globe. So if I click this, like this is what the vertex globe is. It's a vertex format where each vertex has a float 3 position, a float 3 normal, and a float, or I guess a 2 component unsigned 16-bit for the texture coordinates. And this is index 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is number 3. So it was attempting to draw the vertex buffer with this, which is like what that second 3 said. But the current GPU state had this one bound for some reason, which it shouldn't. So there's something in the object system code, I guess, that I must be resetting this without meaning to. And obviously I can't draw vertices that expect this format on vertices that expect this format, because it's like fundamentally incompatible data. So then I'm hitting that assert I threw in, which is like, I put that in there intentionally, so if that ever happened, that it would like fail spectacularly. But yeah, we have explosions now. We have spheres. So now I need to find a good explosion texture. Here's a good one. Well, you guys can't see. Here's a good explosion texture. Let's save this. To the project, Manta projects, globe. Oh, it's a JPEG. I don't even know if I can support JPEG. my speed run was not very speedy because I'm just like hitting random bugs. I don't know if I support JPEG in my import. I think it does, so this might be fine. All right, now all I have to do is bind it. Bind that texture, so core GFX, textures, texture, text, explosion, dot bind 0, text explosion. Did it not? Did I mess up this file? Oh, I didn't do JPEG. That would not make sense because, oh, I can't read JPEG. Oh, this is so annoying. I have to convert this to a PNG. 1 second. I thought I supported JPEG. You can't do that because it's just the way vertex formats works. I can't talk. The way vertex formats work with rendering, like passing the data to the graphics card. It needs to be like, it needs to match perfectly with what you give to the API. Okay, 1 second. Let me get this into a PNG. Globe, assets, textures. Save as PNG. I can delete this one. Just rebuild the cache because I think my and I never finished this. There we go. We have explosions, but they have their own. They behave like the Earth. They're like mini Earths. Yeah, it's just gonna keep going. We can make this more fun though if I create a special shader for the explosions. I guess I don't understand what you mean by keep them 0. Now we need fractal vertices. So let's let's add, I don't know. Let's add a specific shader for the explosions. Shader explosion. So here we go. We changed this vertex format, so we might want something else. But we'll keep this as it is for now. So we can just keep a lot of this stuff. We can get rid of this though. So we'll change to use this shader instead. Okay, now the explosions don't look like Earth. Let's add puppies. Well, that would be really inefficient from like cache, because you would have a lot of wasted space per vertex format. Because the way I have it implemented right now is like the data I pass to the GPU is like tightly packed. So like if I have a float 3 normal, it's like you have like 3 bytes for float, right? This is like your position maybe, and then you have like float for normal. You have 3 of these for normal, right? And then maybe you have 2 of them for the UV format. So you have like 8 floats in total. This would be my struct right here, right? So when I have a vertex buffer, it's just an array of these. So it's tightly packed. And then when I upload this to the graphics card to render, I can just send a pointer to this array and the size, and it's like tightly packed, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it. If I had wasted space in here with like 0 values, like these take up space. And the biggest bottleneck in rendering is memory throughput. So you want your data to be as small as possible. So yeah, I put a lot of thought into making sure that my vertex formats can be like customizable. So it's really easy in this engine with this shader language to like specify a vertex format to be exactly what you need it to be. Oh, brain fuck language. Let's make the explosions a little quicker. Where am I? Okay, so I'm here. See, like, what's also cool is I can add like a fade constant here, so you can do a little uniform buffer. So like explosion uniforms, and we pass in the float for like the fade %, and we can take these. And then, see, what we want to do is have the explosion fade out after it's a certain size, just because that's fun. So let's rebuild this. And then so we'll give this guy another variable called fade. We'll start it at 1. So if life is greater than, I don't know, 2 seconds, then fade is minus equals delta. If fade is less than 0, we'll I don't know. I guess we just unfortunately I don't have access to the context I'm in, so I can't even destroy itself. Here, we'll just clamp it for now, even though we're still rendering it. And then let's make the size a bit bigger, like double that. Now in theory they should fade out after a certain amount of time, but it's not happening. I don't know if my fade is working. Maybe my shader didn't update. Let me make sure that's happening. I gotta get rid of this console spam. Oh, I didn't answer the question. How long did it take to understand C++? I don't know. I've been using C++ for about 4.5 years. Oh, I guess it is fading a little bit. It's just taking its sweet time doing that. Let me just print that this is fading though. It never starts fading. Fascinating. Do I need to clean the cache? Yeah, I should do the water next. What's a good resource? It's like my blend modes are messed up. Let me make sure I'm multiplying this correctly. Oh, there we go. There's a nice fade. A little too fast, actually. I don't know. I don't really have any good resources. Depends what you want to do. Like if you want to do game development stuff, there's a lot of good YouTube tutorials out there that I've seen. I'm kind of like a learn by doing kind of person. So that's usually how I go about it. So I just like program stuff. Let's see, what else do I do here? Let's make the explosion a little bigger and the fade a little bit slower. And get rid of this spammed debug text. Yeah, you just have to work on like projects of increasing scope. Oh no. I'm only getting one fade value. Okay, let me get rid of this debug spam. Yeah, it's the blend modes. There's something weird going on with the depth buffer, I think. It's like failing the depth test. So if I do like I don't know. It's the order in which I'm drawing is like failing the depth test. Let me bring this out to here. See, it doesn't like this. That's interesting. Interesting. Explosions. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm probably gonna end the stream soon. I'm getting very hungry. Yeah, maybe I should keep it slower. Keep it like 100. See, what I should do is I should put this in here. And then I can access, I need to make it destroy itself when it reaches, let me see. Here we go. Maybe I should make the explosions last longer. This lasts like 10 seconds. Do I have a couple more hours? I have been going for like 5.5 already. I build an earth renderer and then I add explosions to it. Okay, unfortunately I need to fix some of these cache problems though. I can delete that. Oh, I had like 2 shaders being bound. So the objects aren't build binary, it's skipping them. So I need to add a check for that. Binary. So I actually do need this flag. Where am I doing this? GL. Oh, shoot. Objects. Somewhere here I am. This is where I'm doing it. Okay, so let's see. So if I rebuild this. Okay, cool. I fixed my caching. The one issue with it. No, what we need to do is make the explosion actually like bumpy. So let's see if I can make the explosion bumpy. Because I think it should be easy to make it bumpy. So let's see. Globe, assets, shaders. I can just displace the position in the vertex shader. So like position dot I guess x, y, or position equals position plus sample texture, or texture sample 2D. I think I need to use the level. I can delete this. I'll just displace it by the height of the red value. In.uv. And then 0. Times equals. Do 1.0 plus that for now. Dot r. Dot x. Yeah, here we go. They're a bit bumpier. Maybe it should be bumpier than that. Times like 1.5. What just happened? Oh yeah, something's broken. The caching is not perfect. Yeah, they don't like to overlap. It's the depth buffer, I think. I'm not sorting by distance. So if I turned off depth, it would look better. Actually, I'm just going to do that. We'll just like reset it every. So now they should fade. They look a little weird, but they at least kind of fade out a bit better. And now I can make the explosion also change based on based on time, maybe. So like we need time as well as a float. Actually, let's be like this. And then we need time. Should be life. Yeah, I need to fix my caching. This isn't working for fonts for some reason. There we go. Wow, that looks crazy. Maybe a little too fast. Let's see. Do it by maybe we'll just make time a little bit slower. It's still really wiggly. I'm literally just all I did was sample the texture and then offset the positions by the red component, and I'm just offsetting the UV that I sample just based on a function of time. It's just like the simplest thing. Maybe it needs to I don't know. It looks kind of cool though. Let's see what happened. Nothing even happened. The assets were cached. I need to fix my... Yeah, I should decrease the amplitude. Let's do that. Let's make it like 0.1. I guess 1 doesn't need to be multiply. Yeah, I'll decrease the amplitude. Let me divide this by... Let me see. Let me think about this for a second. There we go. It gets a little broken on the edges. Who likes Vietnam anyway? Just blow up Vietnam. Or Madagascar. Or Italy. Take out Italy. Needs those Italians. Or like South Africa. Okay. I need to figure out why the caching isn't working. The whole point of today was to fix the caching. But I'm getting these weird errors every now and then. Like it works now. To make this like a big value. But it doesn't work here. So it's like random. It's like RNG. Let me think. What could be causing that? So the first rebuild works. First cache rebuild works. And then if I run again, it's fine. And then I build again, it's fine. If I change it again after a recent cache, it's fine. If I just keep doing this. It's like sometimes it fails, and I'm not really sure why. I don't like when failures are just random. Okay, here, I know what I can do now. I can make the explosion leave an impact crater on the globe. Let's do that. That could be fun. Actually, this gets really complicated. But let me see if I can whip this together really quickly. So we need, well, first I'll just start off with, let me see. We need to change the texture that I'm loading for the globe. We're gonna lose our, oh, this might actually be hard. Okay, let me think. This will be the last thing I do. This actually might be hard. I was gonna make it so I, whenever I click, it also adds a little explosion on the ground. I don't have a. I just realized it would be easy, but I don't have a function to convert. From an intersection point back to a UV coordinate. So sadly, I don't have that available. Unless. Let me try something. Let me cook for a second. Let me cook. So I will extract. I'll have a list of float v2s, UVs, and then when I create the globe, I will take this in. This is the dirty way of solving this problem, by the way. So I take that in, and then I make sure I don't free it, and then pass the UVs, which for some reason it does not like. I think it's just lying to me. It is not lying to me. No, I need to initialize it. Yeah, decals are a lot of work. So I'm going to do it the cheating way instead, which will be, well, first I need to just make sure that I can extract the UV coordinate from where I click. That's step one, which I think I can do pretty easily because I already have this ray intersect triangle. I already have this information. So print, I need to just print these values just to see if they look sane. So globe dot UVs hit dot triangle ID, which I already store, dot X dot Y. So I think this should give me, oh yeah, we're so in. Never mind, we're so out. I passed it to the wrong function. Okay. Here, we can get this. We can get this. So I need to keep this function the same. I need to pass it to this function. And I pass normals, UVs. So what is happening here? Delete that. Okay, those are looking. I can't tell if those UV coordinates are good or not, to be honest. They're not looking great. I guess that's triangle ID. Let me multiply. I'm not multiplying by 3, I think. Need to do that. Yeah, those UVs are looking better. As I approach the poles, my V is getting smaller. Okay, that's part 1. Now I need to create a texture that I can render into. So RT color. So when we initialize, we need to just do some setup first. So give a description. Okay, this is like the dirty way of doing this. And I'm actually going to put this on the globe because that's where this happens. So trying to speed run this. So we gotta cut that. Oh, text color actually. Okay, so now we'll have a little bool false. So the first time we try to draw, we'll just draw the texture. Let's make sure this works with the color texture first. And then we will, in here, copy this stuff to here. And then place this line with this. So this should look pretty much identical. Okay, it doesn't look identical at all. It's completely broken. That's funny. Did I not release this? Equals true. Purple mode. All right, the texture doesn't work. Let me figure out why that is. What's happening when I'm trying to render the sphere? Oh, I'm not getting the full texture. Odd. So I'm technically getting a little bit of Antarctica. It's interesting how it didn't render the full thing. Are my UVs messed up? U1, V1, U2, V2. Let me just render doc this. Do I have like depth testing on? It's always like a random problems when you have depth testing on. Why am I only getting the small portion? That's super weird. Super odd. What about DirectX? Is it working in there? Oh no. That is not what I want to see. Failed to resize the swap chain. What? What are you talking about? Okay, this might be difficult. This might be difficult. Let me set the shader after I bind. It does not like that. Is it too big? Is that the problem? Here, let me make sure this is... Yeah, it kind of seems like that's the case, doesn't it? Let me make this smaller, like quarter resolution for now. And let's just see what's happening. I think my state is just fundamentally broken, to be honest. Like, here we go. We get a bit of earth. A bit of earth. Okay, well, it works with lower resolution, so maybe I'm just having some weird problem going on. I can proceed with the lower resolution version, I suppose. My globe isn't as sharp. Okay, so now I can have a list of explosions. And basically, so if it's initialized, is the problem. So if I have explosions, I can just render them. So right now I'll just draw them as circles at, I guess, 1, 0, 0, 124 times e dot x. And the resolution, I don't know, 20. Oops, I meant to do this. I don't know how big to make it. Do like 32 for now. And so now when I click, I can do these 2 points as my explosion points. And it immediately breaks because I have some weird... What do you mean? Add. Oh, I didn't initialize it. Classic. I can't tell if that's doing anything because the explosion's in the way. Well, it clearly didn't work. Am I seeing any circles? Come on, that should work. Okay. Bind. Exposure is clear. Draw a circle. X. I'm not even really making a game right now. Let me try drawing a sprite. At the same coordinates. Maybe it's the circle. Can't handle the circle. What should be happening, in theory, is that, and it's working here. It flashes every click, actually. I think there's just some broken thing with my graphics state, I'm pretty sure. Because there's a lot of weird things happening, actually, in hindsight. Like this, I don't even know what this error is doing here in DirectX. So like something's fundamentally broken, but I'll fix it some other time. I shouldn't prevent this from working. It's just like not drawing the, let me not clear this and just see what render doc is doing. Okay. So that's drawing that. That's drawing the globe somehow. This is so bizarre. Let's try this. Because I know this worked before. Oh, my stream just cut out. 1 second, let me fix my screen. It likes to do this sometimes. There we go. Should be back. What's funny is this is working in RenderDoc, but it's not working. Jill beat. Yeah, right. It's working in RenderDoc, but it's not working in it's not working in the actual application. That's so bizarre. How is that possible? Yeah, I might give up on this soon. This is taking way more time than it should. I have some bugs to fix, it appears. I'm binding it. Bind. Depth test. Is it because I'm in address sanitizer mode? Let me try this. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a 32 to 64-bit conversion error. Okay, this actually is kind of close to what I want. Let me bring the sprite back. Or the circle back, rather. It's like I'm stuck in an infinite loop. Yeah, I don't know anymore. I think I've taken this about as far as I'm going to take it. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's because I turned it off. Because something in there is messing it up. It's weird because it's freezing when I click now. So let me see what's going on. Maybe I'm seg faulting. It's like I click and then I lose the viewport. It's like this release isn't working. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh yeah, I'm so dumb. Yeah, I'm so dumb. I'm already in a render pass for this. Here, let me just, I can fix this. I was just so dumb this whole time. This is why I should have taken a break earlier. Let's just do like explosions. I'll name this function something stupid. Explosions, sure. So I handle all of this in the other function. Yeah, okay. That was really dumb. So all of this should be in here, right? because right now what I was doing is I was rendering two different render paths. I'll do like update explosions, should be the actual name of this function. And then when I come to render, before I do this, it should be globe.update explosions, pass it delta time. And then I think this might even work with OpenGL now too. Okay, so the positions are wrong. I know that's like an issue. I think they're 90 degrees off from where I click for some reason. Here we go. Here are the craters. So I just have to rotate them by 90 degrees, it looks like. And they're like skewed along the x-axis, which is fascinating. Must be the way the texture is distorted. Okay, so let's rotate those. Yeah, I wasn't thinking at all. So I need to do like a 90-degree phase shift or something. Plus 0.5. Actually, that's like negative. Maybe I need to negate these. I don't remember which way this UV thing goes. Yeah, it gets distorted along the poles. Okay, this is like step one, phase one of the process. Not sure how I'm going to correct for the UV distortion in the, because I'm not like actually projecting it correctly, but it's close enough. Close enough. I think I can make this texture bigger now as well. Back to the original size. Yeah, here we go. Now it's slightly off because my collision resolution is pretty low. And then let's just, for a test, it's like 64. We can do a gradient. So the inner color is, I think this one. It fades out to nothing. Here we go. We can make it bigger even yet. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. That would be cool. That would actually be cool. I kind of want to, but at the same time I don't. It's like, yeah, you carve into the sphere where the explosion happens. I mean, I think I can do it. Let me try something. I might be able to do that. Here, let's do, now that I have this working, actually, I can change this to text displacement. So we'll have like a displacement map. And then initialize this here. So we'll have a displacement map. And then I need to write this twice. So one of them will be here. So text displacement. This should be a little easier actually, because all I need to do is do the GFX clear color. I think that should make it white. And then where I do this, I just copy the same thing pretty much. Let's clear these at the end. And then I pass in, so you already had a height map I was passing in, so I'll just pass that in here. I just wasn't using it. Oops, this is going to break. Okay, so let me render doc this just to make sure I'm getting like actual sane values out of this. Well, I'm not using it, so I need to use it first. So in here, I can just displace this, kind of the opposite I'm doing for this. I'll make the globe like really cave in, just for a test. In.uv. Can't tell if it's doing anything. I don't think it is. So let me render doc. Yeah, so my displacement map didn't draw anything. So I just need to fix that really quickly. Where is the globe? Yeah, because I'm clearing them. Yeah, here we go. Okay, a bit extreme. But, here, we can make this less extreme. We'll do, we'll make it darker too. We can actually use the displacement map as like the vertex like recoloring or something. So let's do like 0.75 plus that times 0.25, and then I have to rebuild because my cache is broken. It looks so dumb. It's so stupid. I need to find a better, like, explosion decal texture for, like, the actual... I need it as a PNG, though. It needs to be something like this. Yeah, but these aren't PNGs. It's so hard to find PNGs online. Is there, like, a trick? Can you, like, append a file format? need something like this. Well, I want the transparency too. Oh, my light just turned off. It's weird. Where do you find like... Maybe I should not say explosion. I say like crater. Impact. Yeah, this is more what I'm after. I want like the source format for this though. .3D export. I don't want to sign up. Is this a PNG? Yeah, it says it's a PNG, but it has a white background. How hard is it to find just a nice explosion decal? Like a crater. Ideally one that also has a displacement map. Like I'm looking for something like this. Or like this. Is this a PNG? Because it looks like one, but it's fake because it's not actually a PNG. Oh, it is actually a PNG. But it's not transparent. It's still like fake. These are just like checkerboard pattern in the sprite itself. It's so hard. Like, how is it so hard? Is this real? I can't even tell. I don't have any of these on hand. I don't even know how to remove the background in Photoshop without it looking bad. Here, let me find a good one though. Crater, decal, explosion. Maybe we can whip something up. Actually, it's so hard. Every time I try, it always messes up. So long, India. It's cool because you can like layer the explosions. Now, technically, the atmosphere shader isn't actually accounting for the displaced globe because I removed that feature when I was working on it the other day. I didn't anticipate making the globe actually explode. This was never part of the roadmap. So the atmosphere thinks it's still there. Yeah, how... Right? You have like maybe you have a spaceship that has like bad aim, and your high score is how many what percent of the population can you take out with the number of explosives you have on board? So morbid. You just take them out. I have AI trying to generate me a decal in the background here. I'm hoping it works. I have very low faith that it'll actually work though. But if Google can't get me, hey, it doesn't look horrible. All right, here, let's go to the online Photoshop clone. Because I don't actually have Photoshop. So what we need to do is we need to, where's the lasso select? Here we go. You do the lasso select. All right, then we copy and paste. And we delete the background, but it's still visible for some reason. Did the lasso select not work? There we go. Now we have to make the edges softer, so I don't know how to do that. So now we have to mess with this a little bit. Is there like a... Yeah, I need the erase tool. Is there like a stamp? Where's the erase tool? Here we go. Yeah, I need like a certain brush. How many brushes are there? Oh, these brushes are so boring. All right, this is about as good as it's gonna get. This is the prototype, the proof of concept. All right, export as a PNG. Yes, perfect. Why does it have a transparent background? Export as PNG. All right, maybe it did have a transparent background. All right, let's try getting that in here. And the assets. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we just draw this thing as our little decal. We'll use this as our decal. Where is the globe? So right now we're drawing a circle as our, where is it? Here it is. So we want to draw it at this position. I don't know what just happened. At scale, it's probably gonna be super small or super big. Let's try this first. This looks so dumb. That looks so dumb. Okay. All right, all right. It's so stupid. Let's add a random rotation to this. So we need a random in here, up here. I forget which argument this is. X, Y. I can't tell if the randomness is working. I don't know if it is. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. What has this stream become? Just blowing up Earth. It'd be cool if it had some animation. Maybe I can make it animate. I might be able to do that. Let me try animating it. So what we need to do is give this a lifetime. This explosion thing has a lifetime. So we'll make it a float 3 for now. And then we'll scale it by its lifetime. Or by the inverse of its lifetime, I guess. X, Y, Z. We'll have its lifetime be Z. And we'll do the same for this. We have to do this up here as well. And then let's do this. Actually, I need to have a reverse here. Set 4. Explosions. Dot count. Minus 1. I greater than equal to 0, I think. We have to remember to remove the explosion when it's done animating. Click, just have to make sure this is a float 3. Okay, this should be not working. What happened? I think I went under 0, unfortunately. I under... I guess I can make this I'll never have more than the maximum integer number of explosions. Look how dumb that is. It's a little too slow. Maybe too fast. Too fast. All right, let's what can we do? What can we do about this? Maybe they shouldn't be as deep as for. Yeah, they are burrowing. They're too deep, I think. Okay. Maybe like 8.5. Clean the cache. Yeah, maybe animating them isn't really the shout. I need to make it cover up the lights as well, because the lights would not be showing through in reality. Realism. I kind of want to fix the atmosphere, but that's a lot of work. Yeah, right. Who needs Universe Sandbox? Oh, I forgot about this. I can change the atmosphere color. Here we go. Let's get like some red atmosphere. I think I'm gonna make the explosions faster to match the what am I thinking? To match the size of the speed of the explosion. So I need to find where I do that. Okay, that's a little bit much. A little bit much. You can't really see the explosion anymore, though. So satisfying. Okay, here's the test. Does it work in DirectX? I haven't tested DirectX in a while. Yeah, there we go. The atmosphere's broken in DirectX, though, for some reason. Yeah, it is a little too fast. For the scale of Earth. All right. Well, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna I'm gonna end the stream here. I am hungry. I have not eaten dinner yet. Been going for almost 7 hours, and I think this is a good ending point. So, if I spam on the same point, I guess it just does that. It's kind of lame. There is a limit to how deep it burrows down. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. It was fun. Fun times. Even if a lot of the stream is me bashing my head in, trying to figure out why things are breaking, and then realizing it's just small issues on my small oversights as usual. Alright, yeah, bye guys. Thank you guys.